homeowners helping homeowners with expert advice, and by the 2013 Honda CR-V, an IIHS top safety pick. Honda is the official vehicle of the Toronto Blue Jays.
A beautiful holiday Monday, Victoria Day here in Toronto. The roof is open. CN Tower is standing high against that spectacular blue sky. Joe Maddon's ball club is in town. It's a first of a 9-game homestand for the Jays. R.A. Dickey's the starter today, and generally starters come in and they get focused about their game. But Dickey had a little message for Colby Rasmus, his center fielder.
Very long talk right there with Rasmus, and very pointed also. We'll watch him also. Maybe he is talking about defensive position in the outfield and certain counts against certain guys where he wants his center fielder. Fly ball type of pitcher is R.A. Dickey, and today he is helping his center fielder out.
Yeah, that's a good shot, and Dickey does pay attention to where his defense is. He wants the defense up the middle to play the gaps, especially on the infield, and he says, I got the middle of the diamond covered. Colby Rasmus, we're going to keep an eye on him. He's played great defensively all season long. Now it's time for the starting lineups, brought to you by Quaker State. Real, durable oil. Joe Maddon's Tampa Bay Rays have scored more runs than anybody in baseball over the last month. They have been red hot with the bats. Desmond Jennings is the key to their offense, and against the Blue Jays, he's always hit very well. He's a key guy to set the table. Matt Joyce had a 5 RBI game against the Orioles. Evan Longoria has a hit streak going. He is a guy that has done a terrific job throughout his career against the Blue Jays, and they are set to take on R.A. Dickey.
Best start of his Blue Jays career his last time out against San Francisco. He was throwing his knuckleball in the strike zone and letting it work, doing it all game long versus the San Francisco Giants. Just 2 earned runs and 10 strikeouts. Now we have to watch this afternoon against Tampa Bay. They were very patient against R.A. Dickey down in Tropicana Field. Last time out, 5 walks in 6 innings for Dickey.
Day game here in the sun is going to be a challenge for the defense. It's Melky Cabrera, Colby Rasmus, and Jose Bautista from left to right. Laurie and Kawasaki on the left side of the infield. Bonifacio and Encarnacion on the right side. And Henry Blanco back behind the plate to handle that knuckler of R.A. Dickey.
Emilio Bonifacio much better at second base. 4 straight starts now at second base. The Blue Jays said they wanted to get him some more consistent playing time.
That first knuckler goes off the glove of Henry Blanco back to the backstop. Desmond Jennings, Joe Maddon a little earlier this morning told me he's the one guy they need to get going. Their offense has been so prolific over the last month. They are 18-8 since April 18th. At that point, they were 5 games under 500.
He would love to get him going because he's got power and he's got speed. And if he's going to get going, this is the place to do it. He's been sensational here at Rogers Center in his career, almost a 400 batter here in Toronto.
Tampa Bay has scored 171 runs in their last 30 games. And that is un-Ray-like. They have not been known for their offense, but I asked Joe Maddon what the difference was. He said we don't strike out. And they strike out. Of course.
Right on cue with that strikeout. Garner, B.J. Upton, who would strike out a lot, and Carlos Pena. But when you're up against R.A. Dickey, and he's got a hard knuckleball today. It is dancing everywhere, and he goes upstairs. That is for a purpose right there against Jennings. Keep an eye on that miles per hour with his knuckleball. I saw some 78s that last batter. That is a very good sign.
Yeah, when he gets up in the upper 70s, he can control that knuckleball a little more effectively. Joyce hits it to Encarnacion, who knocks it down, and he finds the handle and stayed with it. Edwin was going to go to the bag himself, but after he bobbled it, he calmly reached for the ball and then flipped it to R.A., who was covering first.
Day games, and it gets a little bit quicker, the game here on the turf, when that sun beats down on it, so you've got to slow yourself down. That's exactly what Edwin does after he knocks it down, goes to reach for it, gets a little bit ahead of himself and said, you know what, better give it to Dickey to get the out.
Boy, that's a helpless feeling when you knock the ball down. You know it's right there at your feet. You can't find it. But he was calm and took the out. 2 down. Ben Zobrist, a switch hitter. This is something we have seen before. Zobrist is a switch hitter batting right-handed against Dickey. Obviously, it's just a matter of comfort for Zobrist.
Comfort and making it a little bit more difficult for that pitcher to get that ball in there. As a left-handed batter, you've got this big doorway where you can throw the ball in. As a right-hander, you got to be able to extend and get that ball out to throw it for a strike.
Dickey looks good early.
Yes, he does. And again, I'm watching that miles per hour. It's hard, and his knuckleball is staying on line in the strike zone.
There's a fly ball to left. Cabrera moving over, gets there, and the inning is over. R.A. Dickey's got that knuckler in the zone. 9 pitches, and the Rays go down in order. Melky Cabrera has doubled in 5 straight games. Jose Bautista's having a good May, and Edwin Encarnacion has 12 home runs. Players on the bench. A second baseman, Emilio Bonifacio, checking in with Dickey to see just exactly where he wants him to play. And Dickey said, I'll keep my eye on you and I'll move you around if I think it's necessary. Now it's time to take a look at the Blue Jays lineup for John Gibbons. The Jays scored just 2 runs on 12 hits and 2 losses to the Yankees. Melky Cabrera against Tampa Bay, 7 for 19, 3 doubles. He has hit doubles in each of his last 5 games. Jose Bautista right behind him at Rogers Center this year. A 319 average, 3 homers and 10 RBIs, and he's enjoying a good month of May. They go up against Jake Odorizzi, making just his 3rd major league start.
Recalled yesterday from AAA Durham, makes his Rays debut today, just 23 years old. He's the youngest right-handed pitcher to start a game for the Rays since 2006. There are his numbers this year in Durham.
Melky Cabrera looks at one outside. We mentioned 5 straight games with a double for Cabrera. He's been swinging great and really selective. He's really narrowed down his strike zone.
Shrunk the strike zone, if you will. And when pitchers are making mistakes now against Melky Cabrera, he's hitting it and hitting it hard, pulling the ball with authority to right field.
There's the pitch he was swinging at the entire month of April. Now he lays off. This is what the Blue Jays expected they would get from Melky Cabrera.
Good at bats, solid professional at bats. Just fouled off by Cabrera.
What do the Blue Jays hitters do against a guy they haven't seen before?
Well, they would love to see a lot of pitches. They go in and they watch a lot of film of Odorizzi to try and get the scouting report on him. And especially your first at bat, see a lot of pitches.
Stay hot, Melky. Boy, it looked like he knew what was coming right there. Stroked that ball through the 5-6 hole. Leadoff base hit for Melky Cabrera. Take a look at the defense. The Rays have 7 straight airless games under their belt. Full Jennings and Joyce in the outfield. A lot of speed in the outfield. Gold Glover at 3rd and Evan Longoria, former Blue Jay Yunel Escobar is a shortstop. Ben Zobrist at 2nd, loaning a great glove at 1st. And Jose Lobaton behind the plate for Jake Odorizzi.
Just 18 errors on the season for the Tampa Bay Rays. A lot of interchangeable parts that Joe Maddon can play with defensively. One of them is Ben Zobrist. Zobrist has started 20 games in right field, 17 at second base, 4 at shortstop. He is a very good, very underrated big leaguer.
Bautista, a little tapper out in front of home. It trickles into foul ground. Jose Bautista hitting in the 2 spot. John Gibbons continues to go with this lineup with Cabrera, Bautista, and Encarnacion top of the order.
Get him some thunder in the first inning. That's the whole idea right now with Bautista and Encarnacion moved up. And with the way Melky is swinging the bat, Blue Jays have done well early in the game.
Bautista chases that pitch up and away. Jays have scored 28 runs in the first inning. They've outscored their opponent by 3 runs. But now with Cabrera swinging a hot bat, you would expect that number to go up. 1-2. We spoke to Joe Madden about Odorizzi. They had him in spring training, and he compared him to Jeremy Hellickson in that he works quickly, uses fastball changeup, and said he might get a few more strikeouts than Hellickson.
Better arm, throws a little bit harder. His fastball is about 93 miles an hour, and it's got some movement to it. He'll throw the changeup and the curveball to left-handers, so we'll watch that this afternoon. This time it looks like he threw an off-speed right over the top. That's a yellow hammer right there. Spins a good breaking ball to get Bautista.
Yeah, he has had some big strikeout games in the minors. Edwin Encarnacion. First pitch strike. You can see Blue Jay hitters just want to get a feel for what type of velocity they're dealing with.
Yeah, and what it looks like coming out of his hand. I talked to some of the Blue Jays today about Odorizzi, asking if they knew about him. They said a lot of times he reminds them of David Phelps.
There's a ball hit down the left side. That's a fair ball. Sam Fuld over to cut it off. Melky Cabrera goes first to third. And the ball bounces away from Zobrist. That was interesting. Zobrist had the ball kick up, and again, you mentioned with the roof open, this turf becomes very bouncy. That ball kind of handcuffs Zobrist if it came in from left.
And the game becomes a little bit quicker. Good job by Cabrera to push the envelope here as another curveball hangs over the middle for Edwin Encarnacion. I thought Sam Fuld had a shot at Melky Cabrera at third base because it gets over, cuts the ball off, spins around. You see Cabrera just coming into your picture. And then when that ball bounces towards second base, it almost gets away from Zobrist.
A lot of teams would take a shot at Melky Cabrera, not the Rays. It's the first inning. They keep the double play in order. That's what Fuld was trying to do. Adam Lind. I think Joe Madden has pounded that into his team. Don't try to make the spectacular play. Make the routine plays, and we'll be ahead of the game.
Pitching and defense. What a concept. Rays do it really well.
Adam Lind, 286 average for Lindy. Ball on the strike. Now the Blue Jays have a chance to strike early. Tampa Bay coming off a 3-game sweep of the Orioles in Baltimore.
When the throw got away from Zobrist, the second baseman, Louis Rivera, always thinking one step ahead, had thoughts of maybe sending Cabrera, but he put on the brakes. It's tough to stop and then start again and move up 90 feet.
Well, and two, Melky's got a sore quad, a sore hamstring, and he's really pushing the envelope when he goes first to third, and he had come to a stop at third. It's tough to restart. 2-1 to Lind. Fouls it back.
One thing that I've noticed about Adam Lind over the last couple of weeks is how quiet he is at the plate. Seeing the ball really well. And he doesn't have a lot of extra movement. There's his last 10 games, almost a 400 average and 3 home runs.
Saturday afternoon, he had a pair of doubles, going 2 for 4 against New York. Another good example of how well he's seeing the ball. He laid off that Odorizzi curveball.
Well, when you're quiet at the plate, meaning you don't have a lot of movement at the plate, you don't have a lot of moving parts, you can pick the ball up so much better. And he is seeing the ball now. He is taking borderline pitches that he knows that are balls, just off the plate.
Full count, 1 out. Encarnacion at first. There he goes. Fouled into the seats, out of play. Edwin was on the move. He and his former teammate having a chat around the bag in second. Yunel Escobar swinging the bat pretty well right now.
And the whole Rays team are swinging the bat well.
Last time we saw Escobar, he was hitting under 200. Another full count pitch, and Odorizzi makes Encarnacion dive back into first.
You see Melky Cabrera right there in your shot. He can get way off if he throws him a curveball and one bounces and it's a short wild pitch. He can get way off there and score because Evan Longoria is not even close to the bag.
There goes Encarnacion. Lind, another foul out of play down the left side. Yeah, it's something you have to pick up on as a base runner. Just recognize that Longoria is so far away. And it's not about stealing. It's not about anything other than balling in the dirt.
Look at how far Longoria is. Now, the rule of thumb for a base runner is you get off as far as the third baseman. If you did that, he'd be halfway to home. So you don't want to do that. But maybe you can score on a very short, wild pitch.
Lind is hanging tough against Odorizzi, and Edwin Encarnacion is getting his sprints in. Edwin will walk back to first base. It's the third time he's been on the move on the full count pitch, and Lind has fouled off 3 straight. A gorgeous day here on this Victoria Day. 23 degrees at the start of play today, and nary a breath of wind. We'll do it again. Odorizzi has been on the radar a long time as one of the top prospects in the minor leagues. This is the offseason deal that sent Odorizzi from Kansas City to Tampa Bay. James Shields and Wade Davis, 2 starting pitchers, in exchange for Will Myers, one of the best outfield prospects in the game, and Jake Odorizzi.
Yeah, there were some other bodies involved in that, some other young players that went to Tampa Bay, but Odorizzi possesses a very good arm. If you're going to give up a James Shields and Wade Davis, 2 bona fide big league pitchers, you've got to get some young pitching in return. The Rays wanted Odorizzi, and he's been traded a couple times for some pretty good pitchers.
December 19, 2010, Kansas City sent Zach Greinke and Yuniesky Betancourt to Milwaukee in exchange for Jake Odorizzi, Lorenzo Cain, Alcides Escobar, and Jeremy Jeffers. That's a pretty good trade. Kansas City center fielder is Cain. The shortstop is Escobar. Jeffers is in the Blue Jays minor leagues now. There goes Encarnacion, another foul back. 7 foul balls now. And
7 sprints.
7 sprints
for Edwin.
Get their work in.
Take your time walking back there. You have earned it. So Odorizzi has been traded for a Cy Young Award winner in Greinke. And
2 starters in Kansas City.
And a great starter in James Shields.
Quite a battle going on here between Odorizzi and Lind. There goes Encarnacion. This ball is hit deep into center field. Jesmond Jennings, Sam Fold makes the catch. Tagging at third is Cabrera. He'll come in to score. And Escobar throws the ball away. And now the ball goes into the dugout. And that will snap the string of 7 straight airless games as Cabrera scores on the sac fly. Encarnacion will walk over to third on Yunel's 2-base error.
7 in a row, and it ends on a play really that shouldn't have been made right here. Encarnacion was going to get back, and Escobar had no chance of getting Encarnacion at first base as he tries to surprise him. Now, when the ball is thrown from the field of play into the dugout out of play, it's 2 bases, so that's how Encarnacion ends up at third.
And he's happy to walk over there after doing 7 sprints before Lind had the sac fly. 12 pitch at bat for Lind, and it results in an RBI and a Blue Jays lead. Brett Lawrie. Lawrie batting .191 on the season. As his season got off to a delayed start with that oblique injury in spring training.
Pitch him away, play him away. That's exactly what the Rays are doing here against Brett Lawrie. Outfield shift a little bit towards right field. They've kept the ball away from him. There's a runner on base. Look at the middle of the diamond if you can get it right past Odorizzi. Huge hole right back through the middle.
0-2. Lawrie protects that plate and hits it into the seats. Still pitching him away.
It's been around forever in baseball. Pitch him away, play him away. Stay away from his power.
Right now, he just needs a little flare into right. Drives this ball in the gap, and that's going to get down and go to the wall. Encarnacion comes in to score. Lawrie is headed for third. There will be a throw, and it's not in time. Brett Lawrie got his pitch away and drives it away. His second triple of the season. Blue Jays with a 2-0 lead.
Well, he picks on that ball away. I think he figured out that they're trying to stay away from his power. Ball away, watch where it is, and he's able to get on top of it. That is a tough pitch to get on top of, keep fair, and hit it as hard as Brett did. And once it hits the carpet, there's no way you're going to have a chance to get him at third base. He just runs too well. Big 2-out hit for the Blue Jays.
11th RBI for Lawrie. Now Colby Rasmus. Rasmus goes after the first pitch, and it's a pop-up into left. Sam Fuld is there, and he makes the catch, but the Blue Jays break first against Jake Odorizzi, making his first start for the Rays. 2 runs on 3 hits. Lind and Lawrie doing the damage.
...2013 Honda CR-V, an IIHS top safety pick. Honda is the official vehicle of the Toronto Blue Jays.
Beautiful afternoon. A train right next door to the Blue Jays ballpark here at Rogers Center. And it's a beautiful day. A lot of people out and about. Make your way down to the ballpark and enjoy a great afternoon. People here in the Toronto area, of course, come to the ballpark and then make their way over to Center Island. Evan Longoria, Blue Jays just as soon not see Evan Longoria. This guy wears them out. This season against the Blue Jays, he's hit .529. That's right, .529. 9 for 17. 2 home runs and 8 RBIs.
Oh, I always remember that look that John Gibbons gave when they tried to pitch around him, and he ended up getting a double down in Tropicana Field and ended up scoring what would be the winning run. He knows you can't pitch to this guy.
Longoria got a 2-out double in the 10th and would score on Luke Scott's walk-off walk. Dickey's got a good knuckler today.
Whole key, I think, for R.A. Dickey is keeping that ball on line and throwing it hard, that knuckleball, because it will dance in the strike zone. When he does that, he'll be fine. He just gets it right off of that sweet spot, the type of movement.
Full count to Longoria. Fouled at the plate.
The Rays, excuse me, but they're a very good team at taking pitches and recognizing if you're able to throw the ball for a strike. And they'll take their walks when they have to.
Longoria with a single, and that's his 10th hit against the Blue Jays this season. So he's aboard to start the second. R.A. went out against the Giants last time. As we look at this swing, it's not a bad knuckler at all. He hit it right off the top of his shoes. Against the Giants, he threw 115 pitches, and 10 strikeouts will elevate the pitch count, but he was very good. Of course, he had lots of room to work. Blue Jays scored 6 runs on 6 hits in the first against Barry Zito. James Loney. Loney has been a terrific addition to this ball club, and I have to admit, when I saw the signing of Loney, I thought, oh, that's okay, you know, just another guy that'll fill in. But look at his numbers, and he has really changed the complexion of their offense.
Gone is Carlos Pena, who played first base for the Tampa Bay Rays last year, and you could pitch to Carlos Pena. There were holes all in his swing. If he made a mistake, he might lose it. But James Loney, off to a great start, over 350.
That ball goes off the glove of Blanco, and Longoria goes to second. You're going to get that with the knuckleballer. It's a pass ball charged to Blanco, and you can see he tracked it, but it just tipped off the webbing of his glove. There's a strike. Loney wasn't so sure of that.
You can see they are tracking the ball just a little bit more patient this inning. 9 pitches for Dickey in the first inning.
This is another reason why Loney has made a difference. 366 with runners in scoring position. Puts that ball in play, but foul. Loney's gotten off to a great start on the road. In the first 21 road games for Tampa Bay, he's got a .412 average. Second highest road average for a Rays hitter in the first 21 games of the season. Hits this ball on the ground. Kawasaki has to go to first. Longoria moves up. Longoria read that ball very well, knew it wasn't hit that hard, so he moves over to third.
Yeah, his timing of his secondary lead, he was out on that front foot right when the ball was crossing the plate. So he could read that ball off the bat. Squibbed by Loney, but he moves up 90 feet, and those are the types of plays that you don't see in the box score. He got a measly single to start the inning, and the next thing you know, he's standing at third base in less than 2 outs.
Yeah, and gives Luke Scott a golden opportunity to drive in a run. Blanco keeps it close to the plate. Blue Jays 2 runs in the bottom of the first. Luke Scott closing in on a .300 average. in the month of May. He's been another one of these Rays hitters that's starting to get things going.
Well, he's smart. He's a very intelligent hitter and loves talking hitting and really dissecting his swing and what he wants to do at the plate. No surprise that he is close to 300. When he's healthy, he's a very productive hitter.
Had shoulder surgery a couple of years ago. It took him a long time to come back and regain that strength. In the month of May, he's got a 326 average this month with 3 home runs. And he takes a walk. He's got a good eye at the plate. He had the bases loaded walk in the 10th that beat the Blue Jays down in St. Petersburg earlier this month. So Dickey issues his first walk.
Long look by Sam Fuld to his his third base coach, Tom Foley.
Well, they always want to put that safety squeeze in your mind, even if they're not going to do it. And they are the masters of bunting in this situation. First and third, 1 out. Sam Fuld, the left fielder. I'd be surprised if Joe Maddon really gives an out away this early.
Yeah. Especially the way Fuld runs. He doesn't hit too many ground balls. And it's tough to double him up. Something that the Blue Jays have had trouble doing, turning that tough double play, but they could use one right here.
There's a fly ball that's going to get down in foul ground. Joe Maddon recognized that in Dickey's last start against the Giants, he had a little better velocity on his knuckleball. He said that's why he got those 10 strikeouts, but he's aware of how Dickey's been throwing. Oh, and 2 to Fuld. He fights it off and stays alive. Blue Jays scored 2 runs in the bottom of the first. In their last 4 home games, they've outscored their opponents 14 to 1. Of course, the Giants series, they got 6 one night, 5 the next.
Yeah, some of those were handed to him by the sloppy defense of the Giants, but you got to take it.
Fuld hits it on the ground. Should be 2. Bonifacio Kawasaki not in time. Bonifacio was too far away from second to give that backhanded toss. He needed to pivot and give Kawasaki a harder feed. Again, the Blue Jays unable to turn 2.
Fuld runs really well. A couple of steps by Bonifacio, and he gives them a good feed there, and they were working on it the other day. A good turn by Kawasaki, but Fuld just runs too well from the left side. R.A. Dickey wanted that one. He's like, okay, boys, got 1 more to go here.
I just think that when a second baseman gets that far away from second, he's got to turn and fire the ball. That backhanded flip is okay when you're closer.
When you're moving towards the bag, anytime a second baseman has to take a step or 2 to his left, which would be towards first base, that's when you've got to pivot and give him a good overhand throw.
2 down. Dickey is concerned about Fuld at first, who runs well. Jose Lobaton, also a switch hitter that's batting right-handed.
Tampa Bay Rays, they'll do those unconventional things all the time. They had reverse splits on Ricky Romero, so they would send their switch hitters up there hitting left-handed.
Bouncing ball toward third. Good hop for Laurie. Across the diamond in time. The inning is over, but Tampa Bay gets on the board. Blue Jays can't turn the double play, and it's a 2-1 R.A. Dickey lead. to the top half of the inning and look at this double play ball.
You know, it's okay to shovel if you are going towards the bag. You can see Boney took a couple of steps to his left, so that's a long throw to backhand. Now, they were working on that the last time they were here at Rogers Center with Robbie Alomar. He was saying you got to throw this ball with a closed foot to see how the foot opened up. Felt like the ball was really spraying on it. But look how close they are at second base. That's where you want to backhand flip that ball to second baseman. Really not as far where Boney threw it last time.
And your momentum is taking you toward the bag, and Bonifacio had to go away from the bag when he tried to flip. But those are the subtleties the Blue Jays haven't been able to complete. Double plays that get you out of the inning. It cost R.A. Dickey a run. Bonifacio goes after the first pitch and pops it in the air. Longoria dealing with the sun. It takes him into foul ground. One pitch, one out here in the second. Give you an idea about the importance of double plays. Last year, through 44 games, Blue Jays converted 54 double plays. This year, just 31. And that is a problem. That'll give the opponents those runs on ground balls that could get them out of the inning.
Yeah, and countless times a guy just trots in from third base when they cannot turn that double play.
The catcher, Henry Blanco. Jose Reyes is with the ball club. He came back from New York. That's where he has been rehabbing. He's going to stay with the ball club until he goes out on rehab. He is throwing. He is hitting off a tee. He's not running yet, but he's riding the bike and building up the strength and stamina in his ankle.
Everything but running, correct?
But he appears to be right on schedule, so that's good news. Blanco drives it down the left side. That's going to go up against the wall. Blanco's around first. Here's the throw. Folds throw is not in time. The throw is in time, but Zobrist missed the tag. He turns quickly to argue with C.B. Buckner, and he's going to get some support as here comes the manager, Joe Matt. Fold made a strong throw.
Ben Zobrist still thinks that he had him at second base. You can see his body language and the way he is reacting to C.B. Buckner, that he thought he had him in plenty of time. Fold throws really well for a left fielder. Joe Maddon wants to talk about this one with Buckner at second base. 9 times out of 10, you'll see when that throw beats the runner, he's going to be called out. We'll see if Blanco was able to get that hand in. From that angle, it looked like the tag was laid before he got to the bag, and I think that's where the argument from Zobrist is.
Yeah, and Zobrist can feel that he had put the tag on him. You can't fault C.B. Buckner for his position. He was looking right at the play, but it appeared as though Blanco was out. So Blanco's in scoring position for Munenori Kawasaki, the shortstop. Kawasaki has 8 RBIs. His average at 229. Munenori Kawasaki joined the Blue Jays the Saturday after Reyes got hurt. Reyes injured his ankle sliding into second base in Kansas City on April 12th, and Kawasaki has been with the team ever since.
I haven't seen him give away an at-bat all year long either. He has really battled every time that he has stepped into that batter's box. That is Jose Reyes doing his thing that you were just talking about. Getting some throwing in, some stretching with his ball club, and I'm sure he loves being around the guys. It's tough to get amped up for a baseball season and have to go home and watch the game on television.
Well, I don't know if you've been injured, but I've been injured, one significant injury. When you're away from the ball club, it feels like you're on an island, like you're not even part of the team, and it's immediate. As soon as that injury happens, you are a stranger. Breaking ball in the dirt. Kawasaki making Odorizzi work here.
One time in my career I spent on the disabled list. and I hated it.
Yeah.
I told myself I'm never going to go on the DL again if I can help it, because you're right. You don't even feel like you're part of the team.
No. And it's very subtle, but your teammates have a tendency to kind of ignore you. Full count.
That's the perception, isn't it?
Yeah.
When you're there.
You can't do anything to help us. Plus, they always think that could be me. Yeah, it's a tough spot.
Yeah, I don't want that injury rubbing off on me, so stay away from me, right?
Full count again. Kawasaki having a tough at bat. Jake Odorizzi gave up a one-out double to Henry Blanco. Kawasaki strikes out. Odorizzi gets his second strikeout of the afternoon on a fastball away.
One of the fastballs that Odorizzi throws is a two-seamer. It's 89 to 94 miles an hour, but it's got great running movement on it. You see it right there against Kawasaki. That ball started on the corner and ran right off the plate, but close enough for Kawasaki to offer at it.
So there are 2 outs now. The hottest Blue Jay hitter will step in. Melky Cabrera has already collected a hit this afternoon. He goes after that off-speed pitch. Odorizzi not giving him that first pitch fastball that he was looking for. Pat mentioned that Odorizzi is just 23 years old. Becomes the youngest right-handed pitcher to start for them since Edwin Jackson. Cabrera is quickly behind 0-2.
Doesn't it seem like we say that every year about the Tampa Bay Rays?
Young pitchers?
Yeah, here's another young pitcher coming up through the farm system.
Yeah, they've done a terrific job, and as we mentioned in the open, Odorizzi is only the 17th starting pitcher to pitch for the Rays in the last 6 seasons.
You know what they are when they get here too, Buck?
They're polished.
Polished pitchers. Jim Hickey says they've got to be able to command the fastball, and they've got to be able to throw their changeup over for strikes. And every one of the guys that we have seen over the last few years out of that farm system, those young pitchers, they command stuff.
1-2 to Cabrera. There's a fly ball into right. It's going to get down and drop for a base hit. Blanco is around third. He'll come in to score. Here goes Cabrera. He's into second with another double. Melky Cabrera on those sore wheels extends his hit streak to 6 straight games with a double.
You know, it makes a manager so happy when they can pick up those 2-out RBIs. Blanco doubled, looked like he might have been out at second base, so they get a chance to score the run, and that's what Melky does. Just bloops it into right field. The right fielder, Joyce, didn't get a good read off the bat. And the high bounce, that's the read that Cabrera has, that he makes it into second base.
10th double of the season for Melky Cabrera, and he has doubled now in 6 straight games. Jose Bautista rips it to Longoria. The Gold Glover sucks it up, throws across the diamond, and the inning is over. But Melky Cabrera delivers a 2-out RBI double to get that run back. The Blue Jays have a 3-1 lead after 2. wrap up the series against Tampa Bay. Note the start time, 4:37. So get out of work early, beat the traffic, enjoy this great weather, and come on out to Rogers Center. Pick up your tickets. You can call the Blue Jays at 416-341-1234. You can always log on to BlueJays.com to order your tickets for the Jays Rays, or you can stop by most Rogers Plus locations. Bring the kids out, enjoy a nice afternoon game, and then you can stay downtown, go out to a great dinner, and make a big day of it Wednesday. Yunel Escobar swings at the first pitch. Laurie to his left makes a nice play. Escobar is retired on one pitch.
Who has more range at third base than Brett Laurie? Does a good job getting back and then reading that hop. Again, one more time, that ball bouncing off the carpet. Watch how he plays it off to the side. You play it off to the side because you can see the ball so much better and track it. Good play by Brett.
Back to the top of the order, Desmond Jennings takes the first pitch strike. Ball is hit high into the air in center. And it's carrying Colby Rasmus all the way onto the track and runs it down. R.A. Dickey talked to Colby Rasmus at the start of this game and said, you know what, you might want to play a little bit deeper and shade to the right center alley, but Rasmus ran it down, and Dickey appreciates the effort.
Right in front of the wall, in front of the 400 sign. He takes one quick glance to see where the wall is. Tough here at this ballpark. You got to get some help from the corner outfielders, because the warning track is the same feel as the carpet, the grass. So that warning track, you don't get any feel for how close you are to the wall.
Yeah. A lot of natural fields are grass and then cinders. This is all the same material, so you don't feel the difference under your feet. So it's really challenging for all the defenders, whether it's up the sidelines or closing in on the outfield fence.
So that's where that side fielder, this time Jose Bautista, will tell him that he's getting close, or you've got a couple more feet, 2 more steps, whatever his cadence is to Rasmus, just to let him know how close he is to that wall.
Or you can have those teammates that always tell you, you're all right, you're all right. You're okay.
I had a few of those.
Matt Joyce takes one inside. It's a 3-1 count. R.A. Dickey gave up a run on an Evan Longoria single, a pass ball. Longoria advanced on a ground out and scored on a fielder's choice. And Joyce will take the 2-out walk. Second walk of the afternoon issued by Dickey. Dickey, in his own words, said he's profiling as a conventional knuckleballer right now. He's giving up fewer hits than innings, but walking too many. He said, I need to cut down the number of walks.
He never had that problem at all last year for the Mets. I was amazed at the strikeouts and walks when I looked at his numbers from last year, how he was able to command that knuckleball within the strike zone.
That ball is fouled off the catcher. He's walked 26 batters so far this season. This is his 10th start. Those are his numbers against Tampa Bay for his career.
I think the shoulder spasms that R.A. Dickey suffered at the beginning of the season were a little bit more than what we have been led to know. Tough for him to extend.
Yeah, he's talked about that the reason the velocity is down on his knuckleball is every time he tries to extend through the pitch, it grabs him. But he's had a 5-walk game. He walked 4 in his first start with the Blue Jays. Opening day against Cleveland. Zobrist swings right over the top of it. It's a 2-2 count.
Yeah, he's had a couple of 5-walk games already at Baltimore and then at Tampa Bay. Two very patient teams at the plate that will force you to throw that thing in there.
I think he wanted that last pitch. Looked like he might have brushed the inside, but it was well off the plate. Full count, 2 outs. Matt Joyce will be off on the pitch. There he goes. Zobrist pulls it into left field. Joyce is going to stop at second as Zobrist has his first of the afternoon. Just 2 hits for Tampa Bay. Ben Zobrist, as Pat mentioned, off to a slow start by comparison to what he normally does, but he is one of the better second base offensive players in the game. And here are the numbers. OPS at second base, of course, Robinson Cano with New York has them way up there. And then right there, Tampa Bay.
Very underrated player. You look at his individual numbers, he can beat you in so many different ways.
Longoria hits this one over Bautista's head. Joyce is in to score. Zobrist is being waved around. Bonifacio's throw to the plate, not in time. Evan Longoria continues to wear out Blue Jays pitching. An opposite field 2-run double comes with 2 outs here.
2 quick outs. Escobar and then Jennings, a couple of great defensive plays by the Blue Jays. And it all starts with a walk. They walk Joyce, Zobrist singles, and then the hottest hitter on the Rays versus the Blue Jays. Longoria belts one over the head of Bautista in right field to tie this game up. You know, you mentioned it. The Rays have been hotter than anybody offensively in baseball.
Coming into this game, they'd scored 171 runs over the last 30 games, an average of 5.7 runs per game. Longoria's 13th double. He's now driven in 29 for the season.
In those 30 games, you know, it's not just doubles and singles. They're hitting the long ball too. They've hit 41 home runs over their last 30 games. And you don't think about Tampa Bay and power in the same sentence.
No. And everybody expected with the loss of Carlos Pena and BJ Upton, the home run numbers would drop. They haven't. James Loney. Line drive caught by Bonifacio. That'll end the inning. But Evan Longoria already this afternoon is 2 for 2. He drives in 2 to tie it up. Beautiful afternoon at Rogers Center. We are tied at 3. It'll be the meat of the Blue Jays order: Encarnacion, Linden, Laurie. Jake Odorizzi, the 23-year-old right-hander, misses with the first pitch. Edwin singled to left and scored back in the first. A tailing fastball missed the outside corner.
Edwin does a good job of staying within his plan when he gets to the plate, and he's a smart hitter. I talked to Chad Mottola this morning about Edwin, and I asked him, I said, you know, is he a smart guy? He says, yeah, he's got a plan up there, and he does a very good job of staying within that plan. Doesn't really stray too far from it. I think that's what helps him to become a very good two-strike hitter, that he has an idea at the plate and stays with it.
Pitch right on the corner. There's Anthony Gose, who has just been called up from Buffalo. He's sitting next to Chad Mottola. Gose off to not a good start down in Buffalo, hitting under 230, but he gives them some speed, gives them some defense late in the game. He could steal a base off the bench.
Yeah, there's no question that Melky Cabrera's struggling a little bit physically with his legs, and John Gibbons just wanted another option.
Longoria. That's why he wins Gold Gloves. That ball was past him when he caught it. Fans, if you want your baseball questions answered by our team of experts, email asktheexperts@sportsnet.ca. And keep your eye out for the Home Hardware Ask the Expert segment later on in the game. Evan Longoria is like a vacuum at third base, and this ball skips past him, and he writes himself, he's got a great inner clock. He never rushes a thing.
And how about the throw over to first base? Just like Laurie last inning, play it off to the side so you can really watch that ball into your glove. And then the throw right on the mark. Yeah, he's good. He and Beltre and Brett Laurie, probably the best third baseman defensively in the American League.
It's another youngster in Kansas City that's playing well, but he has gotten off to a bad start with the bat. You don't think about him as often. That's Mike Moustakas. He can play third as well. Tell you what, Will Middlebrooks in Boston's pretty good too.
They're everywhere. Ryan Zimmerman is outstanding over in the National League with Washington. Love watching those good third basemen handle those hot shots down there with ease.
Adam Lind had a terrific at bat his first time up. He had a 12-pitch at bat that resulted in a sacrifice fly that drove in the first run for the Jays. And he gets called out. Boy, that might have been off the plate outside, but Cliff Fagan, the home plate umpire, rings him up. That's 2 outs for Odorizzi here in the third.
You know, the way that Adam Lind has been seeing the ball, I got to trust him. And then when you go back and look at pitch tracks, that slider might have been off the plate. Take a look at pitch tracks. That last one, number 5, off the plate, and Lindo is punched out.
Brett Laurie had an RBI triple to the wall in right center in the first. Pops this one back out of play.
Those pitches right there are by design. Scouting report on Jake Odorizzi is he's got a good feel for pitching. He's got a lot of poise out there, and he can work up in the strike zone. Throws lots of strikes, and he'll climb up there.
He drops that breaking ball on Laurie. He got a piece of it, but the catcher held on for a strikeout. 2 strikeouts in the inning. Odorizzi is starting to settle in. It's a 3-3 game. The curveball gets Laurie. The Spurs lead the series 1 game to none. NBA basketball on The Score tomorrow night.
Tony Parker, the big man for the San Antonio Spurs in that game. Parker, 20 points, 9 assists. They have 28 assists, the Spurs, so they know how to play a team game.
R.A. Dickey missed with the first pitch to Luke Scott. Scott walked his first time up. Good time he takes his strike. Three ball game. On the ground. Second baseman Emilio Bonifacio throws Scott out, 1 down. Tampa Bay really turned things around after a slow start, but Joe Madden has a knack for keeping everybody calm. Tampa Bay now 23-20, tied with the Orioles after sweeping Baltimore at Camden Yards over the weekend.
You know what Joe Madden is really good at? Putting his players in position to succeed. He'll look at matchups all morning long before a ball game and try and find the right combination with his hitters, or if it's his relief pitchers, whatever it is, trying to put that lineup together, and he helps his players into position to succeed.
And there are examples all over baseball of Tampa Bay Rays that have performed well with Joe Madden and moved on, and not performed as well. Sam Folds lifts a pop fly down the left side, and Cabrera is there. 2 outs. But Joe Madden's had B.J. Upton, who turned him career into a multi-year free agent contract. Carl Crawford's never been the same player since he left the Rays. Joaquin Benoit, Rafael Soriano, they all spun their time with Tampa Bay into lucrative multi-year contracts.
How about Jeff Keppinger when he came over to Tampa Bay, and Joe Madden had him play all over the infield, and he put him against the right pitchers, and he had a great season in his free agent year, signed a big deal with the White Sox, and he's really not the same.
Fly ball to center. Ball is really carrying today, and that's going to be over the head of Rasmus off the wall, and Jose Lobaton is going to end up at second with a stand-up double. His 4th double of the season. Well, the ball is really traveling here this afternoon.
Yeah, I think the outfielders are going to have to realize that and maybe take a couple of steps back. Lobaton's not really a power guy, but he gets a pitch over the middle of the plate, and it looked like just a fly ball to center field. But Rasmus keeps going back, and then realizes that's going to be off the wall for extra bases. We have seen Longoria's hit surprise the Blue Jays outfielders. Great play by Rasmus last inning. on a ball that kept carrying by Desmond Jennings.
Yeah, everything's a little bit different with the roof open. 2 outs. Yunel Escobar. Another ground ball to third. Big hop for Laurie. And the inning is over. So R.A. Dickey gives up a 2-out double and nothing else. Middle of the 4th. It's a 3-3 game. By the new Blackberry Z10 and Q10, built to keep you moving.
And this afternoon we will concentrate on the strikeout percentage of Colby Rasmus. This year it has jumped from about 24% last year to about 40% of the time in the strikeouts. And you know, that's a way to kill rallies when you strike out too much. The good news with Colby Rasmus, though, is his on-base percentage is up. And his hitting with runners in scoring position is very good. Less than 2 outs, it's .450. Overall, hitting with runners in scoring position, .333. So I guess that's an instance where you can live with the strikeouts if you are producing in other areas.
Getting on base and hitting the extra base hits, and Rasmus has done that. .231 average. He'd like to improve upon that, of course. Rasmus, Bonifacio, and Blanco for the Blue Jays here. Jake Odorizzi has retired 4 straight, set the Blue Jays down in order in the 3rd. Boy, he's easy, isn't he? That ball comes out of his hand with an awful lot of ease.
Smooth and free. He's got a very slow delivery, and we were talking in the first inning that it reminds some people of David Phelps of the New York Yankees. Same type of windup. It's free and easy. Wouldn't say he's a straight short armer, but the ball gets on you quickly.
This is popped up. Loney is battling the sun. The first baseman gets down there and makes the catch. 1 out. Well, we talked about Odorizzi being just 23 years old, and he's the youngest since 2006, youngest right-hander to start. But the left-hander Matt Moore is 23. Odorizzi's 23. Alex Cobb we'll see tomorrow. He's 25, and on Wednesday, Jeremy Hellickson, 26 years old. He'll start. And this is the core of their success. Young, homegrown pitching.
And they just keep rolling in here. Matt Moore, you see right there, has as many wins as the entire staff of the Marlins. How about that? His 8 wins.
Won his 8th game yesterday in the finale against the Orioles. We mentioned that Odorizzi is just the 17th starter to be used by Tampa Bay in the last 6 seasons. For comparison's sake, since 2008, the Orioles have used 40. The Blue Jays have used 35. The Yankees have used 29. Boston's used 27. So the Rays have used 10 fewer pitchers to start than the Red Sox in the AL East.
They condition them. They make sure they are polished when they get to the big leagues. And for the most part, as this ball knocks Bonifacio back, they stay healthy. Odorizzi is throwing only because David Price is on the disabled list. But those injuries are few and far between for the Tampa Bay Rays.
Yeah, you saw a picture of Jim Hickey, the pitching coach, in the Rays dugout, and the staff does a good job of preparing. Plus, they've got a great team of coaches and coordinators in the minors. Dick Bosman is the pitching coordinator, longtime big league pitcher. Dewey Robinson is his assistant. Neil Allen is the AAA pitching coach, so there's a lot of expertise down in their system. Good line drive into center. Jennings makes the catch, 2 down.
You know, when I see these young players come up year after year after year, you know, I don't want to say they're carbon copies of each other, but their deliveries are very clean. You don't see max effort guys. When was the last time you saw a Ray come up through the farm system that were max effort and they were all over the place? Never.
No. They're under control.
Under control.
2 outs for Henry Blanco. Blanco doubled his first time up.
You could say that about the Minnesota Twins for years and years and years. They had guys who had command in the strike zone, and they were under control.
Brad Radke, Frank Viola, Scott Baker, all those pitchers came through the system. Joe Mays,
Scott Erickson,
guys that threw strikes. Give you one final thought on the impact of starting pitching. The most wins in a season, or in the last 5 years, the Yankees have the most wins in the last 6 years, 506. Tampa Bay is second with 480. So starting pitching matters. Starters wins.
I'm sure the Tampa Bay Rays are up there also.
Henry Blanco will take a walk. Comes with 2 outs here in the 4th. That snaps a streak of 6 straight retired by Odorizzi. Yeah, wins by starters for the last 6 seasons going back to 2008. The Yankees have 355 wins from their starters. Tampa Bay 350. Then you look at the rest of the teams on that list. The Angels, the Rangers, and Boston. What are they? Playoff teams. Kawasaki takes one outside. He struck out his first time up. Three ball game. We're in the bottom of the 4th. Odorizzi takes the hot shot and ends the inning. So we'll go to the 5th. It's a 3-3 game. Now it's time for a Blue Jays Central update. Here's Jamie Campbell and Greg Zahn in the Blackberry Broadcast Studio. the Jays Care Foundation. Help remove financial barriers for children playing the game across Canada by supporting the Jays Care. Hashtag grow the game. For a minimum $20 donation, you'll receive a Blue Jays commemorative pin. Donate until May 25th at bluejays.com/JaysCare. The Toronto Blue Jays are proud supporters of amateur baseball across Canada. Pat and I wore the pin today, and we'll continue to wear that pin right on through the 25th of May. But make sure you check out hashtag grow the game in support of the Jays Care Foundation. Leadoff man Desmond Jennings has gone 0 for 2 so far. Jennings taking over in center field for the departed B.J. Upton. And Jennings is a terrific athlete. Got great speed. He's only committed 1 error in his major league career. But he's going to get acclimated to playing center. And he has all the physical attributes you want to see.
Yeah, and teams are making adjustments to him right now, and I think that's why you see that average at 239. Just 4 homers and 15 RBIs, 3-to-1 strikeout to walk ratio. He's better than that. And you were talking to Joe Madden, and he's saying, you've got to get this guy going right here and really help our offense. He's the one guy in their lineup who can really run.
This is popped up into shallow center. Rasmus coming in. Jennings is retired. R.A. Dickey had an interesting breakdown in his splits. On base percentage with 2 outs, and obviously you want to close out innings when you got 2 outs. Last year the on base percentage against Dickey with 2 outs was .260. This year it's .315. And it's played itself out here this afternoon. 3 hits and a walk this afternoon with 2 outs. Just hasn't been able to close out the innings the way he did last year.
Well, the one that really hurt was that 3rd inning. Very quickly got 2 outs on some nice defensive plays by Laurie and Rasmus, and then walk, single, double, and that's why we're sitting at a tie game.
Matt Joyce. Joyce has homered in back-to-back games for the 2nd time this season. He had a 5 RBI game on Saturday against the Orioles. He's always an intriguing guy, and you know what, from afar you and I both think, well, if they played him every day he'd be a terrific player. But again, we get back to Joe Madden. Matches him up very well.
Puts him in the right spot at the right time. Might have hit the most controversial double of the year yesterday in Baltimore.
Yeah, it was quite an interesting replay and the discussion that took place on the field after he hit that ball off the wall and right. Here he strikes out. R.A. Dickey with his 2nd strikeout of the afternoon gets Joyce 2nd out of the inning.
That's how you got to come back on a guy that you're down 3-0. You threw a fastball, then 2 knuckleballs. Watch this one dance within the strike zone. Stayed on top of that one quite nicely and kept it in the strike zone. The movement picked up the strikeout.
Ben Zobrist.
We'd like to get this guy out right here and make Longoria lead off next inning.
Hey. Guess who's playing hard again today? Laurie with that head first slide on the triple in the 1st inning. Made a couple of good defensive plays. He's been moving around. Gonna have to get out the stain remover to clean that thing up.
Yeah, I'm sure he'd love to have it like that every single day. Don't you get that feeling?
1-2, strike 3, and R.A. Dickey sets down Zobrist, retires the side in order. It's a 3-3 game. Melky Cabrera will lead things off. He's red hot already, 2 for 2. Bautista and then Edwin Encarnacion. each night on Hockey Central Playoff Extra. 5 p.m. Eastern on The Score. And certainly last night, a terrific double overtime game. The Ottawa Senators knocking off the Pittsburgh Penguins, and they are right back in that series. So make sure you check into Hockey Central Playoff Extra every night on The Score. Quite a game going on here this afternoon at Rogers Center. First of 3 against Tampa Bay. Blue Jays got to cut into some of this deficit in the AL East. They are 10 back. Tampa Bay is 4 back, just ahead of them. They are tied with the Orioles. Melky Cabrera shows bunt. Cabrera's 2 for 2 already this afternoon. He has now hit .373 in the month of May. He's 25 for 67. Average up to .291. Boy, it looks like he is seeing everything in slow motion.
How big's that baseball looking right now to Melky Cabrera? Staying very soft back there. Not a lot of movements, and he's seeing the ball because he's not swinging at pitches off the plate.
Melky had a great month of May last year when he played with the San Francisco Giants. He had 51 hits in the month. That's at a franchise record for hits in the month of May. There he takes his strike. Boy, they have made up their mind. They're going to pitch him away.
Probably watched that San Francisco Giants series where he was yanking the ball to right field with authority.
Odorizzi just really choked off that changeup and bounced it well in front of home. I like what I've seen from Odorizzi. There's no rattle factor in his approach. He gave up 2 runs on 3 hits in the first and settled right down. Cabrera is called for the swing. Todd Tischner down at third base rings him up. Melky thought he had checked, was headed toward first.
I thought he had checked also. High fastball, and you can see that he goes around just a little bit too far. That was the pitch that was giving him trouble in April, and the pitch that he had stayed off of so far this month.
And slider in there for a strike to Bautista. He's gone 0 for 2. Speaking of Melky Cabrera in the month of May, how about that other Cabrera kid? Ooh, he's doing pretty good this month.
He had a pretty good game yesterday.
3 home runs. He's got 7 homers and 19 RBIs in the month of May. Miguel Cabrera. He's 30 for 71 at start of play today. 30 for 71. A .423 average with major damage.
Major damage. Lots of home runs, RBIs. Plays every day.
High and foul down the left side. Yeah, it's too bad Melky Cabrera, Miguel Cabrera's resting on his laurels. Won the Triple Crown last year, yeah. Bautista pops this one on the right side. Loaning will give it a courtesy look, but it's well out of play. So if you're thinking about Triple Crown back-to-back years, Melky Cabrera currently leads in average. He is 1 behind in home runs and leads in RBIs.
Miguel Cabrera is unbelievable. You would think last year with that Triple Crown that he just, okay, I'll go back to my normal 30-100. He's hitting .387 starting today.
Yeah, he leads the league in runs scored, hits, total bases, on base percentage.
Yeah, .450 on base percentage.
Bautista strikes out for a second time. Back-to-back strikeouts for Odorizzi here. He now has 6. Pretty good scouting report from Joe Madden said that Odorizzi can rack up the strikeouts.
And he does it with the curveball again. Second time that he's gotten Jose Bautista this afternoon with that good overhand curveball.
Edwin Encarnacion's 1 for 2. Ben Zobrist, the second baseman, has moved to the third base side of second. 3 infielders on the left side. There's a drive to left. Sam Fogg almost in his tracks makes the catch. Encarnacion hit it hard, but it's right at the left fielder. Here comes the Home Hardware cleanup crew, brought to you by Natura. Home Hardware's exclusive line of safe, environmentally friendly cleaning products. Give you a look at Sean Nolan, left-handed pitcher down in the minor leagues. He is off to a great start. Last 2 seasons, he's combined for a 12-0 record between A-ball and AA. An ERA under 2. Last 2 starts in AA have been really good.
Yeah, his first start in AA, not so good. Last 2, 12 innings, 13 strikeouts. He was 10-0 last year in Dunedin. And started the year injured, so that's why he's only had 3 starts this year.
6th round draft pick in 2010.
And I'll tell you, keep your eye on him.
Yeah.
He might be up here before you know it.
Yeah, he's going to advance quickly. And Blue Jays are in need of starting pitching. They need a pitcher for Friday's game. Chad Jenkins has been pushed back to the bullpen with the rain out yesterday. Dickey was supposed to start Sunday in New York. Then Jenkins was scheduled to start this game. Burley will start tomorrow. Jenkins back in the bullpen. And then Ramon Ortiz will start on Wednesday afternoon. Evan Longoria, 2 for 2. Kawasaki behind second, goes him out. One down. That leadoff man ever so critical for any pitcher, but you start with 1 out, nobody on, you got a leg up on it.
Especially when you're facing James Loney. I think he's 2nd in the American League in hitting coming into play this afternoon.
Yeah, they are a different offensive ball club for sure. Loney 356 at the start of play. Longoria was 8th at the start of play at a 327 clip. Loney's got a good approach when you really think about it. He played with the Dodgers most of his career. Last year he went in that Dodger-Red Sox trade and ended up in Boston. We didn't get to see a lot of him, but the one knock has always been he doesn't have power you'd like to have at first.
I asked Derek Shelton the last time we were facing Tampa Bay. I said, what's up with Loney? You know, why is he hitting so well? He said he's trying to go back through the middle. He's using the whole field, and on top of the batting average going up, he's also, it's helping him see the ball just a little bit better. Keep that front shoulder in. Tampa Bay don't worry about the power. Forget about the power. Just be the type of hitter that you are, and that's the type of guy he is.
And Loney takes a walk. A one-out walk. Crosby is back. He's the most dangerous player in the game on the march to another cup. Bet on it. Subscribe today at sportsnet.ca/magazine. Sidney Crosby, boy, he was skating full speed even in the second overtime last night. Fortunately, the Ottawa Senators won that game, and now they've got a great series the rest of the way. It's 2-1 Penguins as they battling the Ottawa Senators. They'll get a couple of nights off now before they drop the puck again. Luke Scott has walked and grounded out. Dickey deserved a better fate in the second. He gave up the first run to Tampa Bay on a ball that could have been an inning-ending double play, but the Blue Jays couldn't convert it. Longoria came in to score. The ball goes off the catcher's glove, and Loney's going to move into second. Again, a pass ball charged to the catcher eliminates the chance of that ground ball double play.
That has happened to R.A. Dickey so many times this year, where he's got a chance to get out of the inning with a ground ball double play, a pass ball, and you've got to put up with that. That's part of having a knuckleball pitcher on your roster. But it takes him out of the double play, puts a guy into scoring position, puts a little bit more pressure on you.
How does it change a hitter's mentality when he now has a runner in scoring position?
Boy, don't you just light up, especially if you're a guy that wants to drive and runs, like a Luke Scott, who puts up good at-bats all the time. You now have a guy in scoring position. You get one into the outfield, you've got yourself an RBI. As opposed to the infield runner on first base, and especially guys like myself who couldn't run that well, if you get the ball on the ground, probably going to turn two on you.
Luke Scott's got a .400 average with runners in scoring position.
He just lights up when those guys are on base.
3-2. This time he chases a high one. He knew it was upstairs, but just couldn't lay off. Big strikeout for Dickey.
Upstairs. This time maybe a little bit too excited with that runner in scoring position as that knuckleball let her high, and he comes up empty, swinging at it.
Sam Fuld bats with 2 outs, goes after the first pitch. Big hop for Bonifacio, and Dickey is out of the top of the 6th. The walk doesn't hurt him. He'll go to the bottom of the 6th. It's a 3-3 game. Blue Jays will put on at Honda Super Camp. The instructors will include Candy Maldonado, Brian McRae, Jesse Barfield, and Dwayne Ward. Visit BlueJays.com/Baseball Academy for more information. The Toronto Blue Jays are proud supporters of amateur baseball from coast to coast. New pitcher for the Rays is the lefty Jake McGee. Takes over for Jake Odorizzi, who held his own over 5 innings.
Yes, he did. So it's now up to the bullpen. Jake McGee in 19 games, a very inflated earned run average at 880, but he possesses a great arm. Upper 90s fastball. And he was talking the other day, well, you know, what should I do? And Joe Maddon said, just continue to be yourself. Just use that fastball. Left-handers have hit him, and the Blue Jays have hit him in this career. 292 batting average against, highest of any Ray reliever for the Blue Jays.
Jake Odorizzi makes his first start of the season, goes 5 innings. 5 hits allowed. 3 of those hits came in the first inning. And 2 of those 3 runs also in the first inning. He settled in nicely. Ends up with a walk and 6 strikeouts, 92 pitches, and now it's up to the Rays bullpen. A couple of 23-year-olds with a bright future. Matt Moore on the left has an 8-0 record. Jake Odorizzi with a big smile on his face. Oh, to be 23 in the big leagues, huh? Now Adam Lind. Take the first pitch from Jake McGee. Lind had a terrific at bat in the first, a 12-pitch at bat that resulted in a sacrifice fly. Ball and a strike.
He should be used to Jake McGee. It seems like every time there is a big situation, McGee is facing Adam Lind.
Lind has held his own against McGee. He is 3 for 7, which represents obviously 1 at bat a game. That's good fastball. 96 with a lot of life down in the zone.
Yeah, as long as it's down, and it doesn't matter how hard you throw, you still have to put it in a good spot. So far this year for Jake McGee, it hasn't worked out for him, but I love this guy coming out of the pen.
And he makes quick work of Adam Lind. Lind strikes out for a second time this afternoon. Yeah, we saw Jake McGee earlier in the season, and he wasn't on his game. He was all over the place, but so far this afternoon, making much better quality pitches.
Down that time to Lind. Lind got a big base hit against him back in Tropicana Field. That time, a good finishing pitch by McGee to get the first out.
Third baseman Brett Laurie. Laurie's 0 for 6 against McGee. He tripled in the first. Picked up his 11th RBI of the season. Pitch away, and he fouls it into the seats. It looks as though the Rays have made up their mind. They're going to pitch Laurie away. They recognize how aggressive he is. It's difficult to get a fastball by him on an inner half, but they're going to make him reach.
Yeah, and the defense shows that too. Desmond Jennings, the center fielder, you can see he's trying to take away that gap in right center field. Joyce is shading him a little bit to the right. Infield is to the right. They're just going to pound him away and see what he can do with it.
Another pitch away, and he waves at it and strikes out. Back-to-back strikeouts for McGee.
That's why you've got those advanced scouts to pick up tendencies and find weaknesses, and that's exactly what they're doing to Laurie. They're staying away from him. This is when you look out from home plate and the pitch is on the way. You didn't see a center fielder because he is shading him into the gap in right center.
So 2 down. This is exactly why Maddon went to McGee as quickly as he did here in the 6th in a 3-3 game. Lind, Laurie, and Rasmus. Figured with McGee he might be able to get through the inning. 3 up, 3 down. Again, you made a great point earlier how Joe Maddon always looks to put his players in the best situations.
How about the guys who say the manager doesn't really matter? You know, you can win with great players. And that's true. That the manager's decisions, well, they might be in on maybe 5 wins out of the year. I disagree with that. This guy's got all the moves from the beginning of the game.
Tough hop for Loney. He knocks it down, and McGee gets there in time to retire Ausmus. James Loney stayed with it and feeds Jake McGee to end the inning. McGee does set down the Blue Jays in order. Takes a tricky defensive play from his first baseman to do it. Green chairs in the TD Comfort Zone are guests of TD from Ecosource. While over in the Jays Care Community Clubhouse are folks from the A.R. Kaufman YMCA. Welcome and enjoy a gorgeous afternoon. Roof is wide open. It's a spectacular sunny day. One of the first days where we've had a hint of summer.
Yeah. Why would you want to be anywhere else than right here this afternoon? What a day.
Perfect day. Be another day game on Wednesday. A reminder, it's a 4:37 start Wednesday afternoon. So make sure you get out and maybe even let the boss let you out work early. Come on down to the ballpark. The catcher, Jose Lobaton, had a double to center field his last time up. That was a 2-out double in the 4th. Hits this one off the end of the bat. Kawasaki's got to come and get it. Offline, but Encarnacion puts the tag on the catcher. 1 down. Great holiday Monday here in Toronto. Lake Ontario is crowded. People out in their sailboats for the first time this year. Get the chance to enjoy a perfect day. It's a great setting, and everybody always enjoys those long weekends. This is the first of many during the course of the summer, and we are happy to be with you.
And the players love these type of days. Not too humid, it's not too hot. You can still work up a sweat during the ball game, but it doesn't just wear you down.
Yuniel Escobar, the former Blue Jay, got 0 for 2 so far, .218 batting average. Joe Maddon told me something interesting about Escobar. He said he recommended that Yuniel uses a bigger bat, longer and heavier. They have ordered some 36-inch and 37-inch bats. For comparison's sake, I'd say the most standard length is about a 34-inch bat today.
And heavy too, right?
Yeah, it's a 35-ounce bat, which is like a log by today's standards. but he feels like Escobar is the strongest player on his team, and he was always ahead of most of the pitches. It's another ground ball. He and Laurie are playing pepper with one another. It's the third time he's grounded out for the third baseman. But Matten's been pleased with the way Escobar has played for him. So he's very consistent at shortstop.
Works hard. Says he comes out and gets his ground balls every single day. And I'll attest to him being pretty strong. Remember the first time I shook his hand, I thought he broke my hand. It was so strong.
Dale Scott, the crew chief of this umpiring crew down at first, calls the swing on Desmond Jennings. Bouncing ball. Laurie again at third. Took a tricky hop, but he's got plenty of time. And R.A. Dickey gets 3 ground ball outs in the 7th. We'll go to the bottom of the 7th. It's a 3-3 game. Baseball. Listen to live audio. Follow the games pitch by pitch and enjoy in-game video highlights. The app is available on the iPhone, iPad, iPod Touch, Android, and BlackBerry Z10. Season-long subscription packages are available for $19.99. Visit BlueJays.com for more details. At Bat 13 is the official app of Major League Baseball. Josh Lukey, the right-hander, into the game. Jake McGee came in and did what he was supposed to do. Retired the side in order, and a couple of left-handers got Lynn and Rasmus, and sandwiched in the middle, Brett Laurie.
Some more power out of the bullpen for the Rays. Josh Lukey was called up on May the 10th, and he's a guy with another big fastball. He attacks hitters like a closer, and he's got excellent control.
Emilio Bonifacio anxious to get on base. Turned as if he was going to bunt. Need his speed on in a situation like this. Bonifacio had a bunt single on Saturday in New York. Perfect bunt up the third base line. He knows what he's supposed to do.
Yep. Taken all the way against Lukey, trying to work the count and get aboard. Blue Jays got to get that speed down there. Everybody on the infield for the Rays have shortened up now with Bonifacio.
There's a strike. Well, even if he hits a ground ball, he's got such great speed, you've got to make sure you don't get too deep. I asked him about the bunt in New York. He said, yeah, that was a good one. And later on, he tried to push one to the shortstop. but he got a sinking fastball instead of that four-seamer he expected. Two and two at 97.
Yeah, he has hit 98 on the gun in the past. Good breaking ball that he'll use for a strikeout. You can see he's got that split grip also. He throws a splitter.
Bonifacio fights it off and fouls it to stay alive. Lukey was acquired from the Seattle Mariners, and boy, if he doesn't profile like a Mariners relief pitcher. Big, strong right-hander, 6'5", 220. But he came to the Rays in the John Jaso deal, the deal for the veteran catcher.
Started his career with the Rangers and was traded to the Mariners for a pretty good pitcher himself. He was part of that Cliff Lee deal that sent Lee from the Mariners to the Rangers. And you go, well, how can a guy now be with his third organization when he throws like that? Well, somebody wants you. Somebody wants you. And the Rays definitely want him.
And another thing, too, is fastball command. You know, you can fall in love with the radar gun, but if you can't command your fastballs, it's worthless. And there's a good example of it. You can throw 97 all day long, but if they're balls, you're going to be in trouble. So Bonifacio did exactly what he was hoping to do. He gets on base here in the seventh in a tie game. So Longoria comes over to tell the pitcher the bunt defense. And that's what the Rays expect from Henry Blanco. I might let Bonifacio run before I put down the bunt.
Everybody in the ballpark figures he might be bunting, so I'm right with you.
And there's the bunt. Lukey off the mound. There's nobody at first. Now Lotus gets there. And Lukey, he didn't panic. He just waited for the second baseman to get there. Bonifacio is advanced to scoring position on a perfect sac bunt.
Look at how far Zobrist is playing at second base, so it's going to be a while before he gets there. He looks, and then he looks to second. He said, you know what? I think Ben Zobrist can beat Henry Blanco to the bag. First baseman charges all the way. He can't get back. He's just got to wait. And he doesn't panic. He just gets the out over at first base. So a sacrifice bunt by Blanco moves Bonifacio into scoring position. Still going to be tough to score Bonifacio from second base because the outfield is really shallow now, shortening up against Kawasaki.
One out. First pitch strike. The Blue Jays have done a much better job of hitting with runners in scoring position of late. Over their last 4 home games, they've gone 11 for 32. That's a .344 clip. Today they are 2 for 5 so far. It's a big at bat for Kawasaki. They're going to pitch him away, and that's his approach. The outfield is really shallow.
Very shallow. Sam Fuld in left field and Desmond Jennings. So if the ball is hit hard into the outfield, Louis Rivera, the third base coach, is going to have to read it. You might not be able to score Bonifacio.
Well, that's a good fastball. They crossed up. Kawasaki came inside, and he cut right over the top of it.
Good movement. Right on the inner half.
Bonifacio with a bigger lead at second. Inside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Bonifacio can't really afford to gamble. He's already in scoring position, and you've got Melky Cabrera on deck. They've already used Jake McGee if you want to make a pitching change, but it's academic as Cabrera is a switch hitter.
Well, that's the reason why you sacrifice bunt, to get him in the scoring position to have 2 cracks at it. You know, the percentages say it'll probably be Cabrera up there. Why wouldn't you want him up there with 2 outs and a runner in scoring position? That's the gamble that John Gibbons takes when he sacrifices Blanco.
Yeah. And obviously, with Bautista hitting behind Melky Cabrera, Cabrera's going to get something to hit at some point. And as patient as he's been, he's going to have a good at bat. 2-2 to Kawasaki. 3-3 ball game. Off-speed pitches bounced in the dirt. We said it before, we'll say it again. Nobody has as determined at bats as Kawasaki. He doesn't have the great physical ability, but boy, he's got the right mental approach, that's for sure.
Yeah, and he's going to see at least 5 pitches. It seems that way every single time he steps into that batter's box. Going to make you work. He's going to foul off tough pitches. Very determined.
He takes a walk. Boy, what another good at bat. He reaches for the first time. 2 walks in the inning issued by Lukey. So that walk's going to get a visit to the mound. The pitching coach, Jim Hickey, jogs out to the mound, have a little chat with his right-hander. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership. Good ball game going on here. 3-3 game. Only 9 hits in the game. 4 for Tampa Bay, 5 for the Blue Jays. Each club has stranded base runners. Rays have left 4. Blue Jays have left 3. R.A. Dickey gave up a run in the second and 2 in the third. Blue Jays got 2 in the first and 1 in the second. And that's where we're at, 3-3. So here is Melky Cabrera. His average up to 290. Jim Hickey, the pitching coach, out to probably just reinforce the game plan against Cabrera. The infield for the Rays set at double play position.
You could play a little bit deeper on an afternoon like this. The grass is going to be a little bit faster here, the turf, so you don't have to play that close to the bag.
Cabrera drives it to left. Sam Folds got good speed. He gets back and makes the catch. Now Cabrera lines out to left.
Oh, he is on everything. He just got a little bit too much elevation on that ball. Hit it hard.
So that'll bring Jose Bautista to the plate. Bautista has struck out twice and grounded out. Rookie gets a hit. A hard breaking ball.
Yeah, everything he throws is firm. Good fastball, sharp breaking ball. Power pitcher.
Hard splitter missed upstairs. Bautista has faced Lukey. He's That just won at bat. He had a base hit against him. Emilio Bonifacio led it off with a walk. He's at second. Then Blanco sacrificed him to second. Kawasaki walked. And then Cabrera lined out to left. There are 2 outs and runners at first and second. Dave Martinez, the bench coach for Joe Maddon. Took a close pitch.
3-1. Now you can eliminate a couple of pitches right here if you're Jose Bautista. You can look for that good fastball if you want to, if you feel comfortable. You can look for it in one spot too. Your spot, which is down.
You throw him a breaking ball, Bautista takes a walk.
And if he does throw you a breaking ball, just take it. And live for another day. He does a good job of working the walk. And now Encarnacion has to have the same approach right here. 22 pitches now for Lukey. From a guy who's got a reputation of having good control.
He's in a jam now. 2 outs, Edwin Encarnacion. Edwin is 1 for 3. Big point in the ball game. Takes a strike. Left field line. That ball is down up against the wall. 1 run is in. Kawasaki's right behind him. Here comes Bautista to the plate. The throw is not in time. Edwin Encarnacion, a bases clearing double with 2 outs.
Edwin Encarnacion, with runners on, becomes a different hitter. He stays within himself. He's got a plan. It'll look like an off-speed pitch that just hung over the middle of the plate. He doesn't try and do too much for it. Recognizes it and then takes a mighty cut. Those 2-out RBIs this afternoon have been huge for the Blue Jays.
So now Lind will be given the free pass. Brett Lawrie is on deck. Encarnacion now has 34 RBIs. He's moving up the leaderboard in that department.
Well, he stayed right on that back leg and recognized that pitch out of the hand of Lukey and then uncoiled on it.
Kyle Farnsworth heats up in a hurry. He'll probably come in after this intentional walk. Lawrie is the scheduled batter. Here comes Joe Maddon right on cue. So the intentional pass to Lind. Lawrie will be the batter with 2 outs and runners at first and second. And Kyle Farnsworth, the big right-hander, will come into the ball game when we come back. Farnsworth against Lawrie. The Blue Jays have taken a 6-3 lead here in the 7th. Presented by Allstate. Tuesday, May 28th, the Blue Jays will take on the Atlanta Braves. The game starts at 12:37 p.m. The first 25,000 fans will receive a Blue Jays team baseball card set. Call the Blue Jays for tickets at 416-341-1234. Log on to BlueJays.com. Stop by most Rogers Plus locations for the Blue Jays swing into summer safety day. Kyle Farnsworth, the big, powerful right-hander, on into the ball game. He's got runners at first and second, 2 outs.
2-0 with an .838 earned run average for Farnsworth. Not the type of player that we saw just a few years ago when he was striking out about a quarter of the batters he's facing. Now just 10%. But he's got good command, good control. And Josh Lukey's afternoon finished after 2/3 of an inning.
4 walks, 1 intentional, and a 3-run double to Edwin Encarnacion. Brett Lawrie goes after the first pitch and hits a fly ball into center. Desmond Jennings is there. The inning is over, but the Blue Jays have taken the lead. Edwin Encarnacion delivers with 2 outs, a 3-run double down the left field line. It's 6-3. We're headed to the 8th. Day for him, and he extended his current streak to 6 straight games with a double. He scored a run, drove in a run. He is 2 for 4 in the afternoon, and his day has come to an end because the Blue Jays have promoted Anthony Gose up from Buffalo. Gose joined the team this afternoon, and he takes over defensively in left field. Anthony played in 56 games last year with the Blue Jays at 166 at-bats, so he knows his surroundings and he knows what his job is.
Yeah, and this is exactly what John Gibbons said. He's going to come in for a defensive replacement late in the game when the Blue Jays have the lead. He might pinch run because of that electric speed. And now, once they've taken the lead here in the 8th inning, bring him in and help out your starter.
R.A. Dickey throws the first 2 balls to Matt Joyce. Joyce has gone 0 for 2 with a walk and a run scored. Three and one. Steve Delabar starts to loosen up for the Blue Jays. We are in the 8th inning. The Blue Jays scored first 2 in the bottom of the first, and they had a tie game into the bottom of the 7th, and Dickey walks Joyce to start the inning. That's the 4th walk he has issued this afternoon.
And John Gibbons trying to figure this one out right here. It's a big inning, I think, for Dickey. Just take the lead. You've got the 3 best hitters, probably the 4 best hitters coming up this inning. Got to put them down right here.
Zobrist tries to bunt, bunts right through it. Yeah, I agree with you. This is obviously the toughest part of their lineup. Zobrist, the switch hitter. Then Longoria, who's already scored a run and driven in 2. And Loney, who's the second leading hitter in the American League.
This team, the Rays, play so well under pressure. When they are behind like this late in the game, they put up very good at bats and really make you work. And I think John Gibbons knows that, and that's why he got Delabar up to start this inning.
This is a fly ball into center. Anthony Gose, and they're going to have to get their heads together, boys. There was no reason for Gose to come over there and get involved in that play. That's Colby Erasmus' play all the way. And I know Gose is a center fielder, but he's not in the minors anymore.
Yeah, the center fielder has fly ball control of this. Pop-up priority into the outfield. That's Colby Erasmus's ball, and he takes it because he's a little bit taller. He's got a little bit more of a reach than Gose. A little excitement there, trying to get his first chance at a fly ball this year.
Yeah, and you just can't make mistakes. If he bumps into Erasmus, ball falls, then Longoria is hitting with a chance to tie the game up. And those are mistakes that you just have to avoid. We have seen it all too often with Evan Longoria. Longoria extended his hit streak to 14 straight. Did that in his first at bat.
On-base machine is Evan Longoria this year.
If you were to go to a ballpark and watch Longoria play as a high school player or a college player, you'd say, ah, he's a nice player. But if you only saw him play once, you wouldn't really think that much of him. But boy, you watch him play day in and day out, and he'll open up your eyes. He has such a feel for the game. He understands the timing of the game, situations in the game, when to steal a base, and he's got a knack for getting big hits.
He makes it look easy, doesn't he?
Whew.
I wish I could have made the game look as easy to play as Longoria does.
But look how that bat flies through the zone, and he's had to deal with his share of injuries as well. He had surgery on his hamstrings trying to alleviate the problems. He tore hamstring, had scar tissue removed, and he is healthy.
He was a good runner, and now they don't care about his running speed. Just stay healthy so they have that bat in the lineup.
Foul ball just outside of third.
And I think R.A. is going to have to throw a good knuckleball to get him right here. He's going to have to throw one that really dances, that hard knuckleball.
He threw him that one in the first inning on a 3-2 pitch, a hard knuckleball that was about belt high down to his shoe tops, and he hit it into left field for a base hit. 2-2. Joyce at first. Full count. James Loney lurks on deck. And the manager is stirring with Loney standing behind Longoria. Blue Jays got rained out yesterday in New York, so their bullpen is well rested. Brett Cecil and Darren Oliver each worked an inning on Saturday afternoon, but Loney's the left-handed bat on deck. Six-3 Jays lead it. Longoria strikes out. Boy, that's a good hard knuckler. Huge out for R.A. Dickey here in the 8th, 2 down.
It was a good knuckler. It wasn't one of those tumblers that went down. Watch it go and make a left-handed turn right when it got towards the plate. Right there. Goes away from Evan Longoria. A huge strikeout for R.A. Dickey.
5 Ks for Dickey this afternoon. Right back to the mound. Dickey's a great fielder, and he dispatches James Loney on 1 pitch. We'll go to the bottom of the 8th. The Blue Jays have a 6-3 lead. Now it's time for a Blue Jays Central Update. Here's Jamie Campbell and Greg Zahn in the Blackberry Broadcast Studio. Smooth, spiced rum, Bacardi, proud sponsors of the Toronto Blue Jays.
This afternoon, Smooth Moves goes to Colby Rasmus. You see, right before that pitch was made, he took a couple of steps to his right, but it's hit to his left, and he is able to run it down smoothly in center field to take away extra bases from the Rays.
No telling what happens if that ball bangs off the wall, but Colby Rasmus has been smooth all season long in the field. Now he'll try to get something going here in the 8th. Blue Jays have a 3-run lead. Colby's younger brother Corey has just been promoted to the big leagues with the Atlanta Braves. He's a pitcher, relief pitcher, and of course Colby hopeful that he'll still be there when these two teams hook up. James Loney gives ground and feeds Farnsworth right on the bag. 1 down. The closer, Casey Janssen, is loosening up. It is a save situation.
John Gibbons does a good job of giving Casey Janssen plenty of time to get loose. As soon as that inning was over, the call went down to the bullpen and said, "You are in the game."
Janssen hasn't had a save since the 11th of May. Second baseman Emilio Bonifacio. He had a big walk in the 7th. That started things off. Came around to score the first of 3 runs the Blue Jays scored. Quickly behind Farnsworth, 0-2. $29,885 on hand here at Rogers Center for this holiday Monday. And they've been entertained to a good ball game. R.A. Dickey with a chance to pick up his 4th win of the season. He's held the Rays to 3 runs on 4 hits. Bonifacio, a solid single to center. One out base hit. Casey Jansen's warming up in the bullpen, and if you want to meet Casey Jansen and Darren Oliver, you can do that tomorrow at 12 to 1. Casey and Darren will be autographing items at the J Shop at Sears, Young and Dundas. Please, one autograph per item per player, but if you want to meet Casey Jansen and Darren Oliver, do it tomorrow between 12 and 1. Bonifacio's picked off at first.
He got such a late break back to the bag. It was really surprised by Farnsworth's move. He got an aggressive lead, and the Rays think that he was going to go. Watch how late he was as he gets picked off.
So yeah, he didn't react very well at all. So that one-out single is erased by Farnsworth with a quick pickoff throw. Henry Blanco's had a good day. He doubled and scored in the second, walked in the fourth, and had a sacrifice bunt in the seventh. Plus, he's done a good job of handling R.A. Dickey.
Scored a run in the first inning.
Three and 0.
Still at 94 miles an hour. This guy was 98 when he was younger. But he's a much better pitcher now. He can command that strike zone a lot better.
That's fouled into the seats. It's a full count. Farnsworth is now 37 years old. That's his third season with Tampa Bay. His 14th big league season.
825 games now for Kyle Farnsworth, which is third on the active list.
Mariano Rivera and LaTroy Hawkins first and second, respectively. Blanco draws the walk. Rogers customers can watch every Blue Jays game this season on Sportsnet live on your smartphone. Visit RogersAnyplaceTV.com/sports to get started. Been a good day for the Blue Jays, but they're not quite done with all the work. Blanco takes a walk. He's had a perfect day. 2 walks, a sacrifice bunt, and a double. Munenori Kawasaki had a big at-bat his last time up, and he drives this ball to right. That ball is over Joyce's head all the way to the wall. Blanco is headed around third. He's being waved in, and he's going to score as Kawasaki hits his second triple of the season. Big insurance run for the Jays.
All afternoon long, we have seen balls to the outfield really surprise the outfielders and really carry. And this is no exception right here. The ball's hit by Kawasaki, and I think it surprises Matt Joyce in right field. He goes over like he's going to have a play on it, and then it just keeps carrying right over his head. That's going to allow Blanco to circle the bases with the Blue Jays' 7th run, and Kawasaki make it all the way to third.
9 RBIs now for Kawasaki. That triple knocks Kyle Farnsworth out of the game. Jamie Wright on when we come back. 2013 Honda CR-V, an IIHS top safety pick. Honda is the official vehicle of the Toronto Blue Jays.
Edwin Encarnacion leads the team in RBIs with these type of at-bats right here. Bases loaded, they need something, and Edwin delivers. Crushes a ball down the left field line. He's going to clear the bases with that double drive and 3 big runs as the Blue Jays take the lead. That was the drive of the game.
Jose Reyes with the ball club now, up on the top step to acknowledge a 3-run double by Encarnacion. Anthony Gose gets his first at-bat of the season. Came on to play defense in the 7th. The pitcher is Jamie Wright, the veteran right-hander. 2 outs. Mentioned Gose last season with the Blue Jays. Appeared in 56 games. A couple of different stints and did a nice job of filling in once he got comfortable. Game was awfully quick for him when he first was called up, but in the end he ended up with 15 stolen bases in 18 attempts.
At the beginning it was, and he had the ability to slow the game down as the season wore on. His swing became just a little bit better, a little bit more flatter, hit the ball all over the park, and showed some power too. I remember that at bat in Oakland. Remember when he sent that ball off the wall in left center field?
Hit a home run last year, September 8th at Boston off Andrew Bailey. 2-1, 2 outs. Kawasaki at third. Gose pops this one up down the left side. Sam Fuld gets there and the inning is over. But the Blue Jays pick up an insurance run. We'll go to the 9th. It's 7-3 Jays. It's not a save situation, but Casey Janssen coming on to close it out for R.A. Dickey. Casey Janssen on for the first time since the 11th of May at Boston. He picked up the save against the Red Sox. 14th appearance. Luke Scott goes after the first pitch.
A couple of reasons for that for the Blue Jays. They've had 2 scheduled off days, and then they had the rain out yesterday in the last 9 days, and then they blew out the San Francisco Giants a couple of times back here at Rogers Center at the beginning of last week. So it's been a while since Casey's been out there. He should be sharp.
Luke Scott takes that bunt, and they play him to pull, but why not? You're down by 4 runs. If they're going to give it to you, take the bunt. R.A. Dickey, a terrific start here this afternoon. He's in line for his 4th win of the season. He goes 8 innings, allows 4 hits, Just 2 earned runs, walked 4 and struck out 5 through 120 pitches, and that was as consistent a knuckleball as we've seen from Dickey all year long.
Yeah, he's starting to round into shape, I think. Also, a day like today, you could stretch him out to 120 pitches because it's a nice cool day for him. He had command and he made big pitches when he needed to. Just one bad inning.
Sam Fuld, the left fielder. Ball on a strike. Casey Janssen knows where he's at in the lineup. Sam Fuld is the 7th man to hit. One thing you don't want to do is turn the lineup over and get to Zobrist and Longoria.
That's why that run at first base doesn't mean anything. So I'm a little surprised that they're holding him on with a left-handed hitter up there. You play behind him, cut down that distance. You're just looking for outs right now.
Give yourself as much range at first as possible. Fuld shows bunt, takes a strike. 2-2. Little chopper out in front of the mound. Janssen thought about second, takes the out at first base. So you're right, just logging outs at this point, and he just fires to first to retire Fuld. 1 down. Luke Scott moves to second, and now there will be a pinch hitter batting for the catcher Jose Lobaton. It's the former Blue Jay Kelly Johnson. The crowd reacts to Johnson's name. He's spent a couple of years here with the Blue Jays, but boy, is he off to a good start.
7 home runs, 24 RBIs. Kelly Johnson. He also leads the team in outfield assists with 4. Joe Maddon playing him all over the diamond.
Played at second base. He's played in left field. He spent a lot of left field time in Atlanta with the Braves. Janssen missed with the first 2 pitches. He was trying to throw that cutter inside and pulled it off the plate. 2-0. Munenori Kawasaki hit an RBI triple. He comes back in the dugout. Brett Laurie and J.P. Arecibo says, "Show us your guns, man. Show us your guns." Kawasaki, that triple, his 2nd of the season. They call him Noodle because his arms hang out of his uniform like a noodle.
He noodled that ball over the right fielder's head, didn't he?
He sure did, and like we say, he's really fit in well with this ball club. He's a joy to be around every day. He's always enthusiastic about the pregame drills, putting his work in. And look at him reminding himself of that backhanded play. And very animated on the field.
Fidgety.
Two and two, 1 out. Kelly Johnson, the pinch hitter. Bouncing ball. Bonifacio comes after it. Goes to first there, 2 down. Scott moves to third on the out, but the Rays now down to their final out. Yunel Escobar, the former Blue Jays, hearing it from the crowd. He's grounded out to third base 3 times this afternoon.
Brett Laurie's best friend this afternoon. He just hasn't been able to get on top of that knuckleball from R.A. Dickey.
Blue Jays will play tomorrow night, their middle game of 3 games. Be Alex Cobb, the right-hander. Blue Jays haven't seen him yet this year, against Ramon Ortiz, the veteran right-hander, coming off a win his last time out.
Even though he's got that bigger bat that you were talking about, Escobar, he can swing it.
Yeah.
He doesn't get cheated.
Well, and Joe talked about the length and weight of the bat force him to use his hands more, and he just feels like it'll help him develop more consistency at the plate.
Might have a little bit more power with a bigger bat if you connect squarely.
Two balls and a strike. R.A. Dickey in line for his 4th win of the season. 8 good innings this afternoon against Tampa Bay to open up this homestand. Be a 9-game homestand. Tampa Bay, Baltimore, and the Atlanta Braves.
You mentioned the 9 days in between Casey Jansen's last appearance and this one. Shows a little bit. He's a little rusty. He is usually pinpoint control and just attacks that strike zone.
Yeah, he generally comes in and only needs 12 or 13 pitches to get through an inning.
Yeah, he's up to 17 right now, but fans are certainly enjoying it.
29,885 on hand on this holiday Monday. There's a drive to left field. Gose is watching this ball sail out of the ballpark. Escobar, his 4th home run is a 2-run shot to left.
Still can get that barrel out, and when you use a heavier and a longer bat, when you square it up, the ball's going to go farther. It's just physics. Escobar showing the fans as he crosses home plate what he thinks of him. Looked like a breaking ball, maybe a cutter, and Escobar gets it out in front.
So it's a 7-5 Blue Jays lead. Escobar 1 for 4 on the afternoon. So now it is back to the top of the order. Desmond Jennings has gone 0 for 4. He was robbed of an extra base hit by Colby Rasmussen the 3rd. He has a base hit to center. That'll bring the tying run to the plate. So it's interesting all of a sudden. Casey Jansen has thrown 19 pitches.
Yep, and this is what the Rays do. We were talking about it last inning, that they can really play when the pressure is on, when they are down. It's almost like they enjoy it, that they relish it.
Tampa Bay has had 12 come from behind wins this season. Matt Joyce. Ball is off the plate outside. Joyce has got power.
Right. 8 home runs, 19 RBIs. He's homered in 2 straight games for Tampa.
2-0. Well, you were right on the money with Jansen showing signs of rust. Just hasn't worked a lot lately.
Yeah, just not had a chance. First of all, with the couple of off days and a rain out yesterday, and then the blowout wins against the San Francisco Giants. It's usually pinpoint control, and he's all over the corners, but right now he falls behind Joyce, and Joyce might get the green light here.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at all if Joe Maddon gives him the green light. as hot as he's been. He had a 5 RBI game on Saturday. 3-0, 2 outs. And he walks him. So the tag runs are on base in the 9th. Pete Walker, the pitching coach, is up. Matt Joyce has walked 3 times this afternoon.
And just like that, Darren Oliver is going to get up as Pete Walker goes out to talk to Casey Janssen. What John Gibbons is contemplating now, it's his closer. He's up to 23 pitches. Got to figure out, you know, we might need him tomorrow. So John Gibbons got to figure out if he's going to pull the plug on him.
Now, an interesting matchup now as the switch hitter Ben Zobrist will bat with runners at first and second. Zobrist is 1 for 4 this afternoon. He is 0 for 8 against Casey Janssen. Breaking ball for a strike, and Janssen gets ahead. Zobrist behind 0-2. Janssen just 1 strike away from closing it out.
This is where Casey can be very effective. As a hitter, you don't know what to expect from him. He could drop that curveball on you again. He could pound you inside if you have to, or maybe cut that fastball away from you.
Got him. Janssen took something off and strikes out Zobrist. The ball game is over. The Blue Jays win it. It wasn't a save situation, but it certainly felt like it at the end for Casey Janssen.
And he was up to the task also. R.A. Dickey outstanding this afternoon. Casey Janssen, that's what makes him so tough. You just don't know what to expect as a hitter. He can drop that curveball on like he did right there to get Zobrist, a very good hitter.
Well, the Blue Jays hang on. They win 7-5. R.A. Dickey with his 4th win of the season. Encarnacion with the big hit, the 3-run double. We'll see you tomorrow night. Stay tuned. Connected coming right up.